Hello and thank you for checking out my Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order any % Jedi Grandmaster difficulty no damage run. For a detailed breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. The criteria for this run was the player's health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment you take control of Cal until the credits roll. Since this is a fully commentated run, I'll primarily be focused on explaining combat and strategies. This means that during sections of the game where I'm going from point A to point B, there won't be much for me to discuss, so I'll mostly be silent during those portions of the run. Fallen Order does not inherently have cutscene skips, and the cutscenes in this game amount to a little over 3 hours. For this reason, I use a trainer tool that allows me to speed up the game by 10 times on demand. You can find this tool in the description section if you'd like to try it out. Furthermore, due to the way the game was developed, audio and video files are separate entities. What this means is that while I can speed up gameplay and cutscene videos, I cannot speed up the audio. For this reason, all dialogue has been turned off via the in-game settings, and you will hear audio from cutscenes continue past the point where they end. I just want to explicitly state that so you don't think there's something wrong with your audio or this video. So with all that out of the way, sit back, relax, and thank you for joining me for another challenge run. So if you guys have watched any of my other no damage runs up to this point, this one is going to be a little different. This one means a lot more to me, so to speak, than a lot of the other ones. So my main reason for putting out this run was not to do this run. This run, I got the world first for mouse and keyboard back in June of 2020. So I've done this run many times, both live and off stream. This was to commemorate February 2nd of 2021, which is when I got the 100% no damage run in this game. And to also, put out some content to get people hyped for Jedi Survivor, which is releasing soon. So there's going to be a lot that is going to be different for this run than some of my other ones. For example, boss fights. In most of the games that I challenge run and commentate on, I go into very specific details with boss fights and things of that nature. In this run, I'm not going to do that. And the reason for that is, on my channel, I have an entire series called Teach Me How, where I literally go through in an episodic format and teach you how to 100% no damage this game. And obviously that includes all the boss fights. So I have very detailed guides that are structured and tailored to those explanations. And it would be kind of fruitless to try and do all that again in the middle of a run and commentate on it. So for quite a few things in this run, there will be video like pop-ups in the top right. I believe that's where YouTube puts them on the screen. That will reference those, for example, boss fights, so that if you do want the the full breakdown of how and why and what, to beat these bosses without taking damage, you can get that from those videos and those tutorials. So I just want to throw that out ahead of time to set the expectation that this run is going to be a little bit different. But mostly I wanted to do this one again. In fact, this is the 9th time within the last 2 years that I have completed this challenge run. And this was the very first challenge run that I ever did. So at the time of recording this, I believe we're up to 36 no damage runs across various titles and genres and stuff like that. This is the run that started all of that. This is where my love of challenge running and strategy creation and really getting into game mechanics and combat systems and things like that and breaking them down and figuring them out came from. So that's going to be what this no damage run and my commentary is going to be more tailored to, is the the explanation, of course, of combat and strategy, but in a much more like behind the scenes style than probably any of the other no damage runs that you've seen. So with the tool that allows us to like speed up the game, so I speed it up and then slow it down right before we get to the end of this. Jedi Fallen Order is very, very well known for having a lot of bugs. And when you speed the game up and you're really pushing the the way the game was developed, there can be things that can happen. And at the end of that ship as you're falling off, that is one of them. That's very well known, which is that you do have the potential, if you keep that 10 times speed active, where it just won't catch on your foot and you'll just go straight off and then die. So there are going to be quite a few instances where you'll see I'll slow down the video or like slow down the speed on purpose, and that's very specific to try to mitigate those bugs happening. So like right here when he dies and we get pushed into the Ninth Sister, I slow it down. I call that the baseball catch. But yeah, I always slow it down there. That's another well-known bug. Also, I'm sure you guys were like, hey, or maybe you weren't, but hey, your outfit looks weird. That looks different. That is our channel logo. I had this outfit created alongside a friend of mine in the modding community. We collaborated on it and did up this outfit for me to do the 100% no damage run, a couple years back. So anybody that wants this, if you're playing on PC, you can get your hands on this. It'll be in the description section. But it is on Nexus Mods for anybody to download that wants it. And there is some Orabesh on the right side of Cal's jacket there, his shoulder. There's a patch with an abridged version of the community motto from back when I was streaming, which was nothing given, nothing taken, everything earned. Obviously, I couldn't fit all that on there, so like I said, it is abridged, but yeah, if anybody's interested in getting that, you can find that in the description section. So as we make our way up to the top here, something that's going to be a very like persistent strategy, so to speak, in this game is that almost at least 50%, above 50%, but almost every encounter you get into in Jedi Fallen Order has some type of like almost like an invisible line where enemies cannot see you nor touch you or engage on you, or if they can see you, they won't engage. And we're gonna take advantage of that a lot in this run, which is more or less in line with my rules for every no damage run I do. But obviously, though, like I said, this was the very first run that I had ever really done. And, along with that came a lot of lessons, and one of those lessons was the best way to approach any given combat encounter is to make it an even matchup, so a one-on-one if at all possible. And there are going to be a lot of times where that's going to happen. Now you'll see when I go through this doorway, I'm going to keep my saber up right here. That is because there's a low percent probability that there is a bug that will occur there when the lasers get shot through the left side of the train car. Where they'll bug through right there at the entrance, and they do have the potential to hit you and then damage you. Alright, so when we get to the top of this area, you know, again, what I was saying earlier about enemies, you know, they have these lines. Like if you're on, if you haven't crossed the line, they can see you, but they don't go after you. They won't aggro in you. So we're taking advantage of that here. We're going to move to the left side. We're going to take care of the ranged troopers here, or the stormtroopers here, and then we'll move along the right side. And oddly enough, this aggro is the one furthest away from you first. So we'll take this guy out, and then we'll move into position to take the next guy out. But this is a very good illustration and example of, you know, like I said earlier, one of my rules, which is trying to take 1v1s whenever possible. Because that gives you the least likelihood of taking damage. It's just you and one enemy, and that's very manageable versus you being, you know, engaged with, you know, multiple enemies when you don't have to be. So anytime in this run where we do not have to be engaged with more than one enemy at a time, we will not be. So anytime that you see me engaged with multiple enemies, that is because I don't have a choice. Alright, so as we jump to the top here, we're going to go ahead and speed this up, and you know, you're supposed to jump, I guess, at the end of this, but you don't actually have to. I think the developers do that just in case you, you forget to jump or you don't realize you need to jump, that it'll still catch, so you don't actually have to jump there. So this is our first boss encounter. This boss encounter is meant for you to lose it. You cannot actually beat the second sister here. You know, for a detailed breakdown of this, obviously reference the video link, but this is a very easy fight. As long as you play defensively, the second sister will only ever do 2 combos to you. I call it combo 1, combo 2. So it's a very easy fight to manage. You basically use the exact same technique. Again, reference the guide that I have for this, and that'll go into more detail and more depth on that. But that's it. So once we get the cutscene, we're going to go ahead and skip through all this, and we'll head to Bogano. Alright, so we're going to head in here and pick up our first echo, and what I make use of there is an animation cancel technique. So normally you would interact with an echo and you'd be kind of locked in, you wouldn't be able to move Cal. However, the speedrunning community found that you can do an animation cancel there, which is basically you hold your guard, your block, whatever you want to call it, and right when you bring up the saber for that guard, you hit the interact button, which on PC is E. So you do like block E, right? And or I guess for PC it would be right click E. But you do that, you do guard interact really, really quickly, one after the other, and it basically gives you the echo, and then you can keep moving. And that works for, to my knowledge, every single echo in the entire game, albeit one. There's one on Zeffo that I don't know that anyone has ever gotten to work, so we just consider that one not skippable, so to speak. But yeah, you can use that technique. It saves quite a bit of time. So here's the one and only time we will be allowed to take damage in this run. This can be skipped. There is a glitch you can do to skip over this and not take that damage. However, in my runs, generally speaking, I do not like to go outside the bounds, the guardrails, so to speak, of developer-intended story beats. So basically, if the developers intend for something to happen, then I try to keep to that. And that is a developer-intended scripted damage segment so that you can learn how to heal. That is the one and only place we will ever take damage in this run. Also, I do want to mention that the lightsaber you guys see here, the white one that I had prior to this, that is a mod. These are custom lightsaber colors that you basically just put in a hexadecimal code and you can color it however you want. If you, again, are playing on PC and you want that, it will be in the description section as well. Okay, so as we kill this bog rat, we're going to turn to the left. We're going to have an Oggdo and another bog rat. We're just going to keep running. They're going to always engage each other. They're scripted to fight each other. So we're going to let them do their thing, and we're just going to run right by them and continue on. Alright, so we're going to run around pretty much this entire area and just pick up a bunch of experience. We're going to pick up this seed because we'll need it for the quote-unquote terrarium skip, which I'll go into more detail once we're back to the Mantis, which is the ship that we fly around in. But I do want to state that, you know, everything that you see here is very scripted. This is one of the most scripted runs I've probably ever done. A no damage run for. So, you know, strategies that, you know, I've come up with, other people in the community for Fallen Order have come up with at this point are so consistent that, I mean, I could literally tell you how to do this run with my eyes closed. I know it so well. I have over 3,000 hours in this game and 4 world records in this game. And all of those are on my channel. But my point is that this stuff is very, very scripted. There's not a whole lot of randomness. Anytime that there is randomness, I'll bring it up to you, or it'll be covered in one of my segmented guides, the episodic Teach Me How series. But all of this stuff is very, very scripted. So what you're seeing here is very well thought out. It's pre-planned, and it's intentional. So this Oggdo, generally speaking, we just want to like force slow this guy and run past, and most of the time he'll just kind of fall behind you, and then he'll drop out of combat with you. But there are rare cases, which is what happened to me here, where he just follows you all the way down. So in the event that that happens, I just run through, go into this dialogue, and then coming out of this dialogue, I turn around because there is a scan that I want to get up there for a pretty good little chunk of XP. So I've just backtracked to go get that after the cutscene. And I do want to say, you know, earlier I mentioned that this run is very scripted. The strategies are very scripted, highly consistent, etc., etc., etc. I was trying to jump on the wall run segment there and I missed it, but that's okay. The experience that I acquire is the same. So everything that I pick up is for a reason. I have very hard breakpoints or checkpoints, whatever you want to call it, throughout this run where I'm like, okay, by this point I need, you know, 2 skill points. By this point I need 4. By this point I need 5. Things like that. So all of that stuff is intentional as well. So what we're going to do now is, for the lulz, because everybody hates this boss, we are just going to go own fucking Bogdo here. This is more of a meme in the community now, just because of how many Reddit posts you could find any given week of people making memes of how difficult Bogdo actually is. And I know that it's all perspective. A lot of that is, you know, the first time you meet this guy, you don't know what the hell's going on. But at this point, I've, you know, I and everyone else that's in the challenge community for this game have fought this guy so many times that this guy's a joke. So my main reason is not necessarily to show anybody up, but that he does give a huge amount of experience once he's killed, and that his attacks are very simple to deal with. So I drop in here just to get that huge chunk of experience, and then we'll continue on to go get our first Force Essence, which again, Force Essences in this game upgrade your Force. Every 3 that you get, you'll get a little bit more Force that you have to use in fights. I'm gonna get 9 of those throughout this run. So 3 Force upgrades throughout this run, and this will be the first one, and every single one that we get is very safe. There are 12 of them, so there are 3 that I don't get, and the reason for that is either A, you have to go out of your way to get them, or B, you have to go out of your way to get them and enter into combat. So all of the ones that I'm going to get are basically along the way and require no extra combat encounters to acquire. Alright, so we're going to acquire our first set of abilities, and basically what I'm grabbing here, or what I want here, the actual thing I'm targeting, is an ability called Sprint Strike. It'll be the 3rd one that I get here, or I guess the last one that I get here. But Sprint Strike is, I tell people this all the time, if there was one ability, like if I could only go through this game with one ability, you know, Hayate, what would it be? It would be Sprint Strike. As soon as you acquire Sprint Strike, there are so many different ways you can approach combat with any given enemy type. So it gives you options, and that's very important for a game like this to have those options. So we're going to go ahead and acquire Sprint Strike there, and we're going to put it to use and great effect as we head definitely to Zeffo, but right now we're going to head over to Dathomir to acquire our double saber. And this is one of 3 places that you can acquire it. Dathomir is the earliest place that you can acquire the double blade. The next would be on Bogano, which is where we're leaving, but you can't do that until you gain the Force Push ability and you get the Scomp Link. And then the last one will be right before you fight the Ninth Sister, which is about the halfway point through the game. So for this run, we're going to go to Dathomir, like I said, for the double saber, but also to get a bunch of experience. So what I'm doing here is the terrarium skip that I mentioned earlier. So what this is anytime you take off to go to a different planet, there's like a random lottery of, interaction that will occur, dialogue that will occur. It can be between Cal and the crew. It can be between members of the crew themselves, right? So for example, Grease talking to Seer. What the terrarium skip does is it basically cuts off that dialogue, because all of that dialogue is different lengths, right? Some might be shorter, some might be longer, but the terrarium dialogue is always consistent. So by interacting with the terrarium, we cut off the randomly generated dialogue, and we force a dialogue that's shorter. And basically anytime you're flying to a planet, you're waiting for the dialogue to conclude to land, not necessarily for anything to load. So it's just a way to get to where you need to go faster. All right, so that Nidak is dead. That's that's the only Nidak we'll actually legitimately fight straight up. We will fight we will fight 3 more, but all of those will be done using different methods. So what I did there is, I could talk for like 10 minutes about what you guys just saw there in 2 seconds. But what we did that spider was basically I did an out of combat force ability. So in this game, anytime that you're in combat, you'll see the blue bar right in the center of the screen at the bottom. That's your force bar. Anytime you don't see that bar, you are not in combat. And there are 2 ways that you can tell in Jedi Fallen Order if you're in combat. And the 2 best ways to tell, so to speak, is A, you won't be able to put your lightsaber away. And then B, you'll see BD1 physically move on Cal's back. So if you see either one of those, you are not in combat. And we're going to use this technique again that I'm describing here, which is we're going to do something out of combat to basically not use force. So if you're not considered in combat, so BD1 just moved there on my back, I know I'm not in combat. I put my saber away, I know I'm not in combat. Now I can use force slow, and it doesn't cost me anything. So normally at this stage of the game, you only have the ability to use 2 force slows, or 2 force abilities. And because I'm using it when I'm out of combat, the game says, oh, he's out of combat, it doesn't matter. And the reason why the game does that is, what if you need to use a force push on a door? What if you need to use a force pull on a bridge? Something like that, right? They don't want you to spend force on that. So if you're not in combat, the game doesn't use resource. And so there are all these different areas in the game, and the ones that I just killed there, the spiders that I just killed there, and then the one that I'm going to kill here, we're basically going to wait until we're out of combat. And this is going to be a recurring theme throughout this game, where we're going to do so much while we're considered out of combat to give ourselves the advantage. And it lends itself very, very, very heavily to the no damage run. So anytime you see me kind of waiting around or doing anything like that, I am waiting for someone to be out of combat. And again, this works. I know I'm going way, way, way back now, but that very first spider I killed, we were out of combat, and I did it around a corner. So as long as on your screen you can see even a little bit of the individual character, the enemy NPC, you can use a force ability on them even if you're not fully engaged in their room or their environment. So you'll see that again here coming up, but I do want to point that out because almost every enemy that I'm going to kill here on Dathomir, prior to us leaving, we're going to use this method. So we're going to use it again right here on these guys. We're going to run back, and at a certain point, these Night Brothers are going to drop out of combat because Once you think of it like a line, I cross that line and then, oh no, they can't magically see me anymore, right? And so then we can do things like this where we force slow them and we kill them for free. They don't pose a threat to me. They can't possibly do damage to me because they can't see me, but yet I can do damage to them and I can do it quickly because I can use force abilities and it doesn't cost any resources. So that's all I'll say on that, guys. You'll see that basically, like I said, for every enemy that I go through here. But we'll go all the way down, we'll pick up the double lightsaber, and then we'll head back to the ship. Alright, so our first two enemies on Zeffo, we are basically just going to ignore. So we're just going to skirt by these guys along the left side ledge here. And we'll jump up, skip these guys. So as we approach here, we're going to have 3 scaz. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to run up, kill this one, we'll kill the next one, and all of this is going to be done with Sprint Strike. And something I want to point out there, again, you might notice that, or if you've played the game before, you might notice that those holes that they come out of, they're called scaz holes. And these scaz come out like they kind of like jump out of them at you. There's like a slight delay and they jump out and they attack you. What you'll notice there is that I don't wait for them to come out. You don't actually have to physically see the scaz. Their NPC, like enemy model, their hitbox, whatever you want to call it, is available as soon as they start the animation to burrow out. So what Sprint Strike allows me to do is just insta-kill them in the hole before they even jump out. So we're going to take this high ground here. I'm going to have 4 stormtroopers down in this area. They'll be shooting at some of these scaz, and then once they kill the scaz, they'll shoot at me. I like to take the high ground just because it forces them to more or less maintain their position, so they can't really walk to me. They can, like if I go too far away, they can walk, but they generally don't, as long as you're on that high ground. All right, so as we turn this corner, we're gonna be faced with 2 scenarios. We're gonna have 2 stormtroopers in front of us, and one of 2 things is gonna happen. Either they're gonna stop and talk, or they're gonna go to attack the scaz. No matter what happens, I always force slow. We'll take this ledge here, and then they'll filter up one at a time, and we'll just kill them. The reason why this strategy is so useful is because as they're climbing, they can't attack. So basically, they are 100% vulnerable, and it is 100% safe for me to pull them back here and kill them during the climbing animation, because like I said, they can't do anything. So when I dropped off that ledge, I didn't realize that we had aggroed the 3 guys in the back. So I dropped down. That was a little bit of a surprise, but it's okay. Also, cool fact, every single stormtrooper in this game, ranged stormtrooper in this game, is hard-coded to miss the first shot they fire. So if you kind of roll the VOD back, you'll notice that the very first shot I didn't even worry about because I know that it's going to miss me, because it's coded in the game to miss you. But yeah, so we'll kill that guy. We'll come up here. We'll edge forward and just pull this commander. Go ahead and take that guy out, then we'll edge forward and take out this basic melee, and then we'll go pick up some stuff and continue on. Okay, so we climb up here just to let these stormtroopers see me, and then I'm going to back off. That'll get it where basically they're both engaged, but since the far one can't see me, I only have to deal with that 1v1. Then we'll climb back up and deal with the second 1v1. And then we're going to go open this shortcut back here. We'll use this later on when I come back to go get the Scomp Link. Once we gain the force push ability, we'll come back through this way and path towards where we get that Scomp Link at. But we're going to go ahead and open that now to prep for that. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and acquire a few more abilities. Basically, we're going to go up the right side. Agile deflection is what we want, but we can't get that yet. So as far up as we can go on that is superior blocking. That just lets me take more damage while I'm blocking before my guard breaks. Now what you'll notice here is I'm exiting the game. The reason I'm doing this is because here in a bit we're going to have an ice slide that we're going to have to go down. And we'll have several of them that we're going to have to go down on Zeffo. For whatever reason, the game is, I don't know if it's bugged or if it's intentional, but when you start up the game and you run through Zeffo prior to getting to the Tomb of Eilram, if you don't like exit out or reload, then what will happen is you'll get a certain speed, I call it slow speed, on the slides. However, if you exit to the main menu and you load back in, you get like double the speed on these ice slides. And that's very important, specifically for one that we'll get into later, but it's important because that varying speed can affect the way that you go down the slide or make a turn on the slide or something like that. So the reason I exit out there is for consistency. I want all of the slides to be the same speed, and I want them to be the faster speed because that's the one that's more advantageous for certain jumps that we'll have to make off of these slides. Anyways, as we come to this part, I'm going to go ahead and engage all these enemies. I'm going to make sure that I'm close to the right mountain wall or whatever you want to call it, because as you could see there, the rocket trooper couldn't shoot me because he impacted the wall. Once he's done reloading, I'm just going to jump down, kind of do like a little serpentine there, and then kill him, and then we can move on. We're just going to ignore all those melee troopers because there's no reason for us to fight them. Alright, so we're coming up on the first engagement where you'll see why we want to grab the double saber. It's going to repay us in dividends here. So the double saber will deflect every single blaster bolt shot at me until the white bar above my force bar at the middle bottom of the screen depletes. So that's your guard. So every single impact, even if you perfect deflect it back, every single impact takes a little bit of that stamina. And if that bar depletes, then your guard will break and you'll be exposed and capable of taking damage, which we don't want, right? But the double saber is a very, very good tool against multiple ranged enemies for the reason you saw there. So this slide here, you can see how fast I'm going down this. I do have a comparison on my channel. I think it's still on my channel. Maybe it's not. I know for a fact it's in my Zeffo guide. Inside of the No Damage series, I do a side-by-side where I show a clock timer. So if you really want to know exactly what that difference is, then go check that out. Go check that guide out. So as you can see, we're taking these guys one-on-one. Again, if you want to know the specifics of how I got that to work out, again, check out the No Damage guide for this section. Well, we're going to take these guys out. We'll go in here. We'll kill a Skaz, pick up an Echo, and then we'll move on. Alright, so we're going to have our first heavy trooper up here. Again, double saber is the way to go all day with this. So we're able to perfect deflect all those shots back. We'll pick up that scan. And then we'll have one more to deal with here. Now, if you go If you happen to go look at the 100% no damage guide, I do this different. I don't actually have the double saber here because it's not necessarily required. It helps, but it's not necessarily required. And since I got that run back in the beginning of 2021, I have changed up my approach to this, my pathing, routing, whatever you want to call it. And basically for the any percent, I always go pick up the double saber first now. Before we come to Zeffo. And likely if I ever did 100% no damage run again, I would do the same thing. It's just, it's too useful. So we're going to stop at this spot because that rocket will always impact the ground if you do. Go ahead and sprint strike those scaz. We'll go into the rock face to line of sight him, peek him to get him to shoot us, and then we can come back in and kill him. Now, as we make our way out of this section, we'll have a commander here. We're just going to pull back, let him get in a little bit. We'll force slow dash strike into him, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do the corner out of combat force slow on this guy, so that we don't use any force. And then we'll turn the corner, kill him, and we'll head down this slide, go through the pulverizers, and then I'll chime back in once we get to that side. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and rest here. It's very important we rest here because it'll reset the enemies spawning in across from us where we're about to go. And we want to do that because we want to get over here as they're landing. So we're going to skip this first guy, we're going to insta-kill the second guy, we'll deflect the third guy, and then we're just going to run right by these guys. The reason we do this is because there's going to be another ship that's called in with more enemies on it, and we just want to get out of that area before that happens. So I do a jump here to turn that corner. Players that play this on controller have a very easy time with these slides. On mouse and keyboard, however, they are considerably more difficult because of the way the camera control works. So the reason I jump there is because it whips the camera around to face the rope that I ultimately am aiming at much, much faster than if I just let the game organically turn me around the corner. It's a small little thing to note, but very, very important for the no damage run. Alright, so there's a bunch of Philac in this area. We're going to just run along this left side wall. We're going to force slow this guy out of combat just to keep him CC'd so I can gain distance as I run by him. And then we'll move on to the elevator and head into the Tomb of Eilram. And something cool to note here, I note this in my guide, but there's a patch of dirt on the ground. I'm walking over it right now, boom. So when you get to the end of that patch of dirt, that is actually where the damage profile of the wind and the debris will connect with you. So as long as you force slow before you step off that patch of dirt, you will not take damage from it. So not a whole lot to talk to in the early parts of Eilram here, so I'll let you guys just kind of watch this. It's pretty straightforward. I will chime back in once we get to the bridge section, though. All right, so in this next room, the developer intended way for you to get across this is to jump and let the wind push you. This is supposed to train you for the next section, but I said to hell with that because I suck at it. And I came up with this nice little skip where you just kind of like get on some rocks at the bottom and you're able to jump down or jump up. So as we jump down here, I'm going to let the scaz populate towards me. I drop down. You're going to jump, hit the Skungus plant, and that will explode on both of them and kill them. Then we'll sprint strike that guy, and then we can move on from there. Very nice, very consistent strategy. Alright, so once we get up here, we need to open the wind here to push all the Skungus off the bridge. Immediately after we do this, we're going to do 3 bunny hops. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3 to send us all the way over. And it's very important you do that quickly because those Skungus will respawn. And as they respawn, the wind will push them towards you and you can get hit in the back by them. So very important that you do that very, very fast. For that Guardian that we just passed, the Guardian will only ever do 2 attacks to you when it first encounters you. It'll do what it did there, called what I call a sweep attack, or it'll do what I call a volley attack, where it shoots 5 projectiles at you. Either way, basically you just wait for him to do whichever one he does, and then you just run right by him. We don't need to fight him yet. We will go back and fight him in a second, but we don't need to do it yet. Okay, so now we're going to go back for the Guardian. So we're going to do this for 2 reasons. One, so we can kill the Guardian and get his scan. And then the second, because there is another Force Essence down here to upgrade our Force that we need to get. So something the game doesn't really do a good job of telling you is inside the Tomb of Eilram, whenever the enemy Guardian is charging up, you can see the blue glow in his chest. If you force push that, you'll stun him and you'll be able to do some damage to him. And then if you get him low enough, you can do that automatic finisher. I don't actually control that. The game kind of takes control and does that. But when you do that finisher, you get all of your force back. So when you kill him, it regenerates your force if you do it via the finisher. Okay, so as we enter this chamber, we're going to immediately go to the right side. Now you have to do this very, very quickly because you're going to get pulled into the cutscene. But we want to go here and we want to knock the door open. The reason that I do that is because as you come out of this cutscene, you're going to need to go fight this Guardian. And if he chooses to stand there and you go to force push him and you're off a little bit, you could potentially interact with the door and not him, and then you won't stop that attack and could potentially take damage. So it's just a way to mitigate that potential scenario from occurring, and that's it. It's a very like low likelihood that would even happen, but yeah, better safe than sorry. All right, so once we get this echo, what I want to do is I want to drop down here on the high ground, and then I want to like jump hit the Guardian to get a good bit of damage on him, but I take too long to do that, and he ends up seeing me. So this is not as intended. I'm just kind of acting as bait, I suppose, there for the orbs, for the volley. And then I drop down, and we'll just fight him the normal way. Going up there and doing the drop is kind of like a little cheeky strat, but it's pretty cool when you get it to work. And that is an infamous bug with this Guardian. If you pull him back to like almost the middle of the room, 9 times out of 10 when you execute that kill animation, you will be levitated up into the air. So very, very normal and very common for that to happen in that section of the room. But that's the last enemy inside of Eilram, so now we're just working through the puzzle to get out, and then I'll chime back in once we're topside. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and pick up quite a few abilities here. First being Agile Deflection. That is a must for this run. Or I guess I went up the left side. So Mass Push, Enhanced Force Recovery. And then we'll get Agile Deflection, which is on the right side there. And Delayed Thrust, which Delayed Thrust is going to be pretty heavily used on basically any of the Stormtrooper melee commanders, as well as the Purge Trooper that will fight on Kashyyyk a bit later on. So this area is very, very technical for how you have to approach this and how all this works. Again, check out my guide series if you want to know like the in-depth details of how to pull this off. What I do want to point out though is what I was doing with the rockets. So those first 2 rocket troopers that we killed, I was able to force push that rocket back, and it costs no force to do that. I aim to do that on all 4 of them, so let's see if I get it on this one. So right here. Okay, we used force on that one. Let's see if I use force on this one. Nope, perfect push. So the way this works is essentially you want to get your force push off before the rocket comes within a certain distance of you, and if you do that, the tail end of your force push will still push the rocket, but the game won't realize, like the game won't see it, so to speak, to use the resource for the push. So basically, you get what I call a free push off of the rocket, and this works with every rocket in the game. We'll do it a little bit later on here on the ATST boss. But yeah, those rocket pushes, you can, as long as you have force available to start with, then you can push pretty much every rocket in the game perfectly in such a way that it will never use any resource, which is a nice little cool thing. So the dreaded rope in the ice caves here. So like, God, I don't know. It's like a stupid small % chance, but there is the possibility, you know, one in every 50 runs that you go through or something crazy like that, where you'll run to that rope and the wind that's kind of permeating down that section that you're wall running down will just push the rope beyond your reach. So when you jump off that final section, you actually can't grab it, which is kind of a pain in the ass. But yeah, that rope is complete RNG, albeit like, you know, a small chance that it'll happen, a very, very small chance that it'll happen. But you can go to jump for that rope and it just not be grabbable. Alright, now if I do this properly, we should be able to push this rocket with no force use. Not that it really matters, but I didn't do it. I was way, way, way too late on using force push, but doesn't matter. We have the force. That was the last guy. We're going to go up here and rest, and then we'll do the boss fight. So for the ATST, again, if you want a detailed breakdown of how all this works, how I approach this, click the link up above and go check that video out. But this one's pretty standard, and if I remember correctly, I demolished this guy. Normally I have to trade sides with him. There's a perfect force push on that rocket. Usually I have to trade sides with him. I don't think I had to on this one. Maybe I did and I'm misremembering a different run through, but pretty sure I kill them all, and one of those bombs glitched over my head and went behind me. Kind of interesting. Well, we should get a couple more rocket hits. We'll get these bombs, and this should finish them off. Yep. Very, very simple. That was actually really good. Usually it doesn't go that easy, but that was a good one. So now we're moving on to go get the Scomp Link. So we have to backtrack a little bit here. And we'll go get the Scomp Link, and then once we get the Scomp Link, we will head to Kashyyyk. Not a whole lot to talk through here. Everything that you're going to see, more or less, I've already done. I will chime back in once we get to the back end of the village, but besides that, not a whole lot to talk to here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and rest at this meditation point. And the reason that I'm doing this is not necessarily because I need to regenerate force or anything like that, but it's because resting here changes the enemy composition of the next group of enemies that I'm going to fight. So normally, if you don't rest there, you'll get a bunch of stormtroopers, ranged stormtroopers, and a ranged stormtrooper commander. However, by resting here, I only have to deal with 3 enemies. So instead of 7 or 8 or whatever it is, by resting there, I have to deal with just 3, which makes it very, very, very easy because we can do a lot of this stuff out of combat. And then the third guy, the melee commander there, we don't even have to engage because he's stuck in his spot. As long as we don't get like within a meter of him or something like that, he won't actually aggro into us and move. So we can just pretty much ignore him, and we'll ignore him on the way back as well. So that was the only thing I wanted to mention here. I will see you guys once we get to Kashyyyk. All right, so when we drop down into the water here, I actually am going to keep the 10 times speed on. So for this section with the AT-AT, there's really no way for you to take damage, and this section is infinite, meaning you could literally just stay on the water all day long and it wouldn't matter. So I use the speed just to get up top, and then once we stand up on the top, I'll go ahead and slow it down back to normal, and we'll go ahead and go in. And cool little side note, that interaction to go into the AT-AT is the only time in the entire game where it prompts you to do something that you actually do not have to do the prompt on. So it tells you to interact with it to go in, but all you have to do is just walk to it, and it'll automatically pull you in. So for these stormtroopers, strategy is pretty simple. I wait for them to start moving, push the furthest one so that I get some distance between the two so I can perfect parry the first one, kill the second one, and then we'll kill this guy normal. As long as you don't pass that line that was on the floor going left to right, as long as you don't pass that, that melee commander, that last enemy that we killed, will not move. He'll just stay there forever. So part of the strategy there is just to keep him segregated on the back wall and then fight the two stormtroopers that are actually aggressing on me. So I go ahead and do 10 times for this section because this section doesn't have a prerequisite. The only prerequisite is shooting these red canisters. If I remember correctly, there's 5 around the platform. You have to find the one that actually causes the explosion, which will then prompt the ship to go up in the air. And then once the ship goes up into the air, you have to wait for a certain amount of time and then shoot it. And once you shoot it, it'll auto-destruct and come down and finish out the cutscene. But alright, so now we're just going to go forward. We're going to pick up a couple of things, and then we'll go learn the overcharge ability for BD, and then we'll continue on. So not a whole lot to talk to here. I'll chime back in a little bit later. All right, so now that we've aggroed the melee stormtroopers, we're gonna run back and jump back up to the top here to the ledge. And this is one of the only sections in the game where it's not the only section, but it's one of them where you can bring enemies to a certain point. And then as soon as you walk away from them and they can't see you anymore, they drop out of combat. And then once they drop out of combat, you can just drop back down and literally walk with them like you're one of their friends. Like they literally don't see you. So we're going to take advantage of that, kill all 3 of them for free, and then we'll move forward and take out the last 2 at the end of the hallway. Alright, so for the Purge Trooper here, as soon as we have control of Cal, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and dodge roll backwards, just in case he does an unblockable attack. As soon as he's done doing his attack, we're going to force slow him. We're going to hit him once, do delayed thrust, force slow him again, hit him once, delayed thrust, and he's dead. Alright, so what we need to do here is I need to get the ranged stormtrooper to see me so that we can take him out. And then once we take him out, I need to wait for the flame troopers to reset. So I'm just going to sit up here. It kind of takes a while for this to happen, so I'm going to go ahead and use the speed increase and get them to reset faster. And then once they're reset, basically all we're going to do is we're going to force push these guys into a hard surface. And by doing that, we'll set the packs on their back, basically critical, to explode. And it's a very, very nice way to take these guys out. We'll get the scan and then we'll move on. Alright, so we have one stormtrooper left to our right here. If I remember correctly, I actually push him off this ledge, which I shouldn't have done. I should have just walked up to him and sprint striked him or something. Or force slowed him and killed him. It doesn't really matter, the spider's down there, but if the spider wasn't down there, then he would just stand up and shoot me as I'm trying to fall down, which could potentially be dangerous. So if you're going through that section, don't do what I do there. That was kind of a misstep. I wasn't fully thinking. I just kind of did. Don't do that. Okay, so for the two stormtroopers that are going to be in front of us. What we're going to do is we're going to kill the guy on the left. We're going to run until we hit this big patch gray line right there. We'll insta-kill him, and then we can kill this guy afterwards. So you can see there's two different colors of metal there on the ground, so that's the line I was referencing. Once you're about to transition to the next color, that's when you'll want to execute your sprint strike, looking towards the trooper on the left, and you should always get him. You'll insta-kill him. And something to note there, funny enough, if you try and do the exact same technique but you target the guy on the right, he will always basically guard break. He won't actually get killed. So you'll just break his guard and you won't actually kill him, whereas the guy on the left, you'll always kill him. So very interesting. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but that's the way that it works. Okay, so for the KX security droid boss fight, I'm actually going to use a technique here, a strategy that I developed that a lot of people in the community don't like. And then the sole reason that I do it is just to show it off because I think it's cool. And we'll fight many KX droids in this run, so it's not like you don't know how to fight a KX droid. It's just cool, I think. And if done properly, the KX droid will only attack you one time. So here's our one time, and then he'll just stand there and do nothing. So we'll pull out double saber, and we'll just beat the crap out of him. Now, if you want to know how to do this for yourself, again, check out the episode in Teach Me How, the guide series for the 100% no damage run, where I go through explaining in detail how to pull this off and all the little things you need to know therein to be successful at it. Okay, so now that we've got all the ranged troopers down, we're going to pull this KX droid back to a boundary. That boundary is right there where I just passed, basically the wall that we broke. So the KX droid, I'm going to walk forward. He's going to attack once. He'll always attack again a second time, and then I'll go in for a hit. And so now that he's backing up, I need to go activate him again. So we'll go in. He'll do one attack. He'll do another one. Then we'll go back in. And then at this point, he's stuck. So now that he's stuck, I can just keep going into him. And I always dodge roll back because this specific KX droid using that boundary break does have the potential to look like he's stuck and then all of a sudden hit. So it's more or less a preemptive dodge roll just in case that happens. Alright, so it's time for the rooftop. Again, if you want a detailed breakdown of this, check out the guide, but I'm going to try and quarterback this and give you guys my thoughts on what I'm trying to do here. So as soon as we get to the top, I'm going to go ahead and jump and slow this guy. That's just to get him to stop for a second so that I can immediately go into him and attack him. Once we do that and I see that both the flame troopers are moving, I want to move away and then I want to move towards them to try to get both of them to fire together. This is what I call having them synced. So I want to get them synced. That way they fire together and they reload together. Otherwise, what's going to happen is one will always be firing at me or aggressing towards me, and I won't have really an opportunity to fight the KX droid. So during this rooftop sequence, it's almost more important that you lend your attention to the flame troopers and keeping them synced, more so than the KX droid. But once the KX droid's hacked, we're going to go ahead and move to this location. As long as it's safe, on rare occasion, you could end up where the flame troopers are in this position. If that's the case, just go to the other side of the platform. But we're going to let the KX droid deal with these guys. And as soon as he kills the last one, we're going to get 6 stormtroopers that come into the area, 4 ranged and 2 melee. And what I want to happen is I want the ranged troopers, I want to wait until all the ranged troopers are looking at him and firing. And I want that to happen very, very quickly. And if it doesn't, it kind of messes up the strategy here that I have, which is what happened right here. They didn't all aggro. So as I move into here, I realize that they're starting to shoot at me. And I have to abandon my strategy, which again is a very, very rare occurrence. That's like 1 out of every 50 runs or something that'll happen. But we want to take out the melees, which we got the melees down. He took out one, I took out one. And now what I'm hoping for is I'm hoping the stormtroopers kill the droid, which they do, which is perfect. So we can go ahead and kill the troopers off, and then we can move into position for the ATST. If the stormtroopers don't kill the droid, then basically you need to kill the droid. As the ATST comes in, we're going to do a jump, hit, hit, jump, hit, hit, jump, hit, hit. Then we're going to do a 1-2, back, back, 1-2, back, back, and we're just going to go back and forth between the legs. And if you do it properly, ladies and gentlemen, that's what you get, is a dead ATST before it can even move into a position to attack you. So very, very good strat, very fun strat to pull off, very hard to execute. But again, check out the guide if you want some more details on how to actually do that step by step. Alright guys, so this will be the first time in this run, I believe, that we're going to actually fight some KX droids. I do have like a really cheeky strategy for this that I used during the 100% no damage run. If you're curious what that is, feel free to check out the guide attached to this section of that run. But for this run, basically, we're just going to hit these guys. We're just going to fight them straight up. Really, what you need to focus on here is prioritizing one droid. That goal is to get one of them hacked. Once you get one of them hacked, then you completely eliminate the risk of you taking damage because the droids will then fight each other. So the two things I try to do there is attack the same droid as much as possible, and then really you're just watching the two droids and looking for your opening. Once you have your opening, you go in, hit that droid, etc., etc. Once the second droid gets enough damage that we're able to hack, we'll go ahead and hack that, and then we can just kill both of them. It'll give us a little bit of experience, and then we'll go ahead and pick up the BD1 upgrade, and then we'll head back. All right, so here's a cool strategy for you guys. So we're going to go over to the bridge here where we have a lot of troopers, but instead of fighting these guys, we're just going to go down into the elevator. Once the heavy attack gunner stops shooting, we're going to jump up on the ledge here, and I'm going to move to about the middle section, and then just go back and forth, left, right, left, right, left, right. What this is going to do is this is going to allow the enemies to know that I'm here, so that they come down to this section of the bridge, but they don't know where I'm at, so they don't know how to fight me. Once they're all gathered here, I'm going to wait till they drop out of combat, so BD1 moved on my back, and then we're just going to force push these guys all off the bridge. And that makes for a very, very simple and easy bridge clear with almost no effort and no danger. So that's pretty cool, right? So now we're going to head up. This will be the first time that we're going to encounter an electro baton, I think is what it is. Electro baton purge trooper. All we're going to do with this guy is we're just going to pull him all the way back down this hallway. And at some point he'll start walking. When he does that walk, he's about to drop out of combat. So we're going to wait for him to put his batons away. Once he does that, we're going to force slow him and basically beat the crap out of him. We'll get that scan and then we'll move on to the second sister boss fight number 2. Okay guys, so this is the second fight with the second sister. Again, if you want to know all the ins and outs of this boss fight, please go look up the episode on this boss in the Teach Me How series, and you can get all that explanation there. right, so as we make our way into this little crevice here in the wall, when we jump over this segment, you're going to start hearing an attack go off. And so because I know the sounds in this game, I know that the Guardian is doing the volley. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into photo mode quite a few times here to verify who he has killed. If at any point in time I see that he is walking towards one of the stormtroopers that's alive, I have to back up. And the reason for that is if I'm in the front section here, when he does the attack like he's doing right now, or even his slam with his foot where he slams his foot on the ground and it does like a radial like damage, you can potentially get hit inside of this section of the wall. So I have to move back there just to ensure that I'm safe. And now what I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for the Guardian to move back. Because as soon as the Guardian sees me, he's going to do a charged attack at me. He's going to do either a volley or he's going to do a sweep. So I need him to be far enough away from me that I can clear the wall as I'm coming out of it and not be instantly attacked. So that's what I'm waiting for now. He'll move back at some point. We'll walk out. We'll force push the wall, and then we'll move on. So I wanna point something out here that I think is kind of cool. So the fight that's happening in front of us, I have 3,000 hours in Fallen Order, split between Steam and Origin for all the runs that I've done, and only twice in all of those runs have I ever seen this stormtrooper lose to these rats. It is very, 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 very rare, but can happen. I have a lot of challenged friends that do this run that have also had it happen, but very rarely, like once or something like that. So if you guys are playing this game and you ever see it, like if it ever happens to you when you're playing, you got super lucky. You kind of hit the JFO jackpot in like an event that happens very, very, very rarely. Alright, so we're going to push this guy off the sarcophagus here. We're going to turn around and run back and take out these two range troopers. And then what I need to do is I need to move back down this platform and just wait until I drop out of combat. So again, BD1 will move on my back. You'll see his head move from the position it is now. That'll tell me I'm out of combat. And then we're just going to force push this commander right off the sarcophagus. Once I do that, I'm going to turn around and run backwards. What this is going to do is it's going to pull the 2 remaining enemies from the right to the left. And then what I can do is I can head back down. I go a little bit too early, but that's okay. But I can go back down, and then we're just going to rinse and repeat this. So I'm going to keep moving down and back until one of them gets into a position that's advantageous for me to push them off. I went a little bit early there, but it's okay. But yeah, doing this strategy, and again, check out the guide for this section if you want some more, detailed, in-depth explanation of how to pull this off. But this strategy is like, God, I couldn't tell you the last time that I actually did. Actually, I can. I did it on stream for a community challenge run. Where I wasn't allowed to use any kind of these like little tricks or whatever, but beyond that, I couldn't tell you the last time I actually did this sarcophagus the normal way. But I love that strategy. It's very, very fun. Once you know like all the little details in it, it's very fun to pull off. Alright, so we're going to pick up some of the best abilities in the game at this point, things that we are going to use heavily. So the first one being Grasping Pull. So there we go, we just got Grasping Pull there. Grasping Pull is absolutely insane if used properly. And by properly, I mean used out of combat for free with no force being spent on it. You'll see that to great effect on Dathomir when we get to Dathomir. It makes Dathomir almost a joke to go through and do no damage. So we pick up Grasping Pull there, we pick up Howling Push, and those are going to be the 2 big ones for us at this stage in the game. And really at this point, the only things left we have to get is Lightsaber Mastery, Lightsaber Throw, both the base and the upgrade, and then the Precision Evade, and then that'll round out all the abilities that we need for the run. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to position in such a way that I get all 4 of these guys to die together. Again, check out the guide for this spot if you want to know the exact details of how to pull that off. So when we get to the top here, I'm going to move over to the far left of this opening, and I'm going to go ahead and speed up the game. There is a problem with this. Whenever you speed up the game, for whatever reason, I don't really understand why, but when you speed up the game, 9 times out of 10, the Phylac that's in the far back loses against the Stormtroopers. However, if you don't speed up, 9 times out of 10, the Phylac wins against the Stormtroopers. So because this would take forever for me to get through and just wait it out for the Stormtrooper to pew 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 at the Guardian and finally kill him, I just speed through all that. Again, it's not anything that would stop me from taking damage, right? I could stand there and wait the entire time. It would take forever, but I could sit there and just wait. Or we could just speed it up and get that guy dead sooner so we can move on and go do the other stuff to get out of this tomb. Alright, so what I'm going to attempt, this is actually the first time I've ever done this, was in this run, but what I'm going to attempt here is a skip that the speedrunners do a lot when they're not like when they're restricted and they're not allowed to use glitches, where they throw this thing all the way up to the top and burn this thing. And I'd never done it before, so I wanted to try it out. And I finally managed to get it on like the 3rd throw or whatever that was. But you can basically skip that puzzle. For those who are unaware, there you go. You can skip that whole thing, the gravity and the block and plug in the plug-in and all that stuff. You can skip all of it doing that right there. Alright, so this will be the first time you guys are really going to see the power of Grasping Pull. And basically how I'm going to employ it in so much of the run going forward. Basically just... Dude bugged there. But basically we're just going to pull and Grasping Pull everything and kill it for free. While out of combat, which is... I don't know. I don't know what they're doing for Jedi Survivor, but I really hope that there's some type of a technique like this. Because it feels good. It almost feels stealthy. Like you're getting the drop on them or something like that, which is fun. Alright, so at this point, we need to go get captured by the bounty hunters. So there are 3 bounty hunters on Zeffo. There's 1 of each type. And something a lot of players don't know, or maybe they don't realize, is the bounty hunter that captures you is the one that you have to fight at the end of the arena. So for that reason, we always have this bounty hunter capture us because it is by far the easiest bounty hunter to deal with. And the way that we're going to deal with it here is basically to knock the pack off its back so it can't fly and jump over me. We're going to jump in, beat the crap out of it, force pull it, and rinse and repeat. And once you see its health bar stop moving, that basically means he's going to shock us, stun us, and then knock us out and capture us. And that's what we want so that we can move on to Ordo Eris and do the arena section. All right, so as we prep for the arena, we're going to go ahead and pick up a couple of abilities. So we're going to get our Ultimate Force Attunement here, which is really the only thing left to get right now because I can't get the other things that I need yet. And then once we do that, we're basically prepped. I have everything I need to successfully do this arena. Out of every strategy that I have created for the no damage run of this game, this is my crown jewel, so to speak. This is my pride and joy, is the arena here. It would be way too much to go into and try to explain. I have an entire guide in the Teach Me How series that just covers this arena. So if you want to know all the little ins and outs of how I pull off this strategy and how it works, please check out that guide. But otherwise, enjoy this because it makes my strategy makes the arena a joke, and it's probably my favorite section in the game to do. So I hope you guys enjoy it. So we're going to take a quick detour here and go pick up another one of the Force Essences. So after we pick up this one, there's only 2 more that we're going to get on this run. One on Ilum, once we get there, and then the last one on Bogano, where in the room that you can acquire the double saber if you want, which we didn't. We acquired it on Dathomir, but in that room there's another Force Essence. So we're going to grab that one, and then those last 2 will round us out for all the Force upgrades we're going to get for the rest of this run. Right, so as we move down here, there's going to be a meditation point. We are not going to rest here. It's very important for the no damage run that you don't rest there, because what happens is almost another situation like we had in the Zeffo village, where if you rest, it does one thing, and if you don't rest, it does something completely different. And so what happens when you don't rest there are the enemies beyond these enemies that we're going to fight, basically the enemies after the Purge Trooper Commander. They're in the far back. You might be able to make them out. Won't spawn. So they will not spawn into the area. Which in and of itself isn't the biggest deal. It's not super difficult to deal with them. And real quick, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to aggro the heavy trooper down there to shoot at me instead of going down the bridge here. Because if you go down the bridge and deflect him, there's going to be some frame drops right there, and they can cause you to take a hit. If the frame drops just happen to coincide with a shot coming in, you can take a hit there. But anyways, we're not going to rest up there at that point, because we don't want to spawn in a bunch of the enemies back here. Not that they're too difficult to deal with, but if we don't have to deal with them, we don't want to deal with them. So that's the reason for that. So if you do decide to rest there, I believe in my guide for this section, I go over both ways. So going through it obviously without spawning them, but if you do have to spawn them, how to get through them without taking damage. So if you are curious, go check that guide out, and there will be an explanation there on how to do that. So we're going to grab the rope here, and after this first rocket shot, I'm just going to go ahead and speed this up. It takes 8 shots to kill the slug down here. So I'll wait for the first 7, and then once the 7th one goes, I'll stop the slowdown and let the 8th one kill him, and then move down here. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to force push these beetles without using force. So that you'll see that that's why I specifically turn in certain angles and I'm moving the camera around in certain ways to be able to hit them out of combat. So for the next section, I don't know that it's ever explicitly stated in the game, but the jaw trap plants, whatever they're called, I don't know, I call them jaw plants. They always retract either with force abilities or by swinging your saber. So what you see there is me just getting them to stay retracted so that I can move forward safely without potentially getting hit. And another thing that I was doing there on the wall, it's another bit of climbing tech, so similar to the animation cancel that I described very, very early in the run on how you can animation cancel on echoes to skip, the wait time of claiming them. You can kind of do a similar thing when you're climbing. So instead of jumping and then the grab happening and jumping and the grab happening and the weight of cow pulling down and all that, what you can do is you can do the jump and the interact button basically at the same time. And as you do that, what you'll get is a slight animation cancel at the back end of the jump, which will allow you to then jump again sooner. So what it turns into is instead of like a jump, it's more like jump, jump, jump. So it makes it so that you can climb faster. All right, so now that we've reached Mari, as soon as we interact with her, I'm just going to quit to the main menu. What this does is it skips all the dialogue, puts me back down towards the water, and gives me the breather that I need to swim underwater. So it's just a way of skipping all that dialogue because I can't speed it up because it's all audio-based. We would just be stuck there until all the audio finished. So quitting to the main menu, loading back in, allows us to skip that, and now we have the breather, and so we're then able to proceed and we can go straight down and get these echoes that we need to get. All right, so for this next section, again, it would be kind of a lot to explain as quickly as it's going to unfold. So if you want a full explanation on this, definitely check out the guide to get a better understanding of how all this works. Right, so when we come out of this meditation point, we're going to get a spider that walks right up and then moves to the left. Once it's centered over Cal's head, I'm going to force pull it down and then move over to these bushes or whatever here to the right. Once it stops moving, I'm going to target it and just beat the crap out of it. And we'll do this for all 3 of the Wii Shocks. But this is a very, very good and safe way to clear out the spiders here because they're unable to attack you as long as you do this properly. Alright, so now that we've upgraded ourselves, so to speak, and we know how to double jump, we're going to have Lightsaber Mastery available to us now, so I'm going to go ahead and get that. That's just going to increase all the lightsaber damage that we do, which is very, very important. So we're going to pick that up, and then we're going to move on. guys, so up ahead of us here is the Ninth Sister boss fight. Again, same with every other boss fight. If you want to know the complete ins and outs of my strategy and how I execute it, please check out that guide. Otherwise, enjoy. So I do want to mention here that, if I remember correctly, I had like a brain dump or something. Something in my head fucked up right here, where I was like dodging backwards. That's not what you want to do. I actually messed that up, and I don't know. My brain went out the window or something. Don't do that. I guess that's my point there. Don't do that. It worked out for me, but it's not ideal. Alright, so as soon as we get the cutscene to pop in right there, we're going to go ahead and exit to the main menu. This serves the exact same purpose as it did for the conversation with Mari. Well, slightly the same purpose. We could speed through all of that dialogue, all that cutscene, and then it would drop us back at the lake. However, if we exit to the main menu and then load back in, it automatically drops us at the lake. You know, which one saves more time? I don't know. I've just always exited there and then load back in. So that's what we're going to do. And then we can move forward. All right, so now that we have full force, we have a couple of bounty hunters that are going to be in front of us here, and we absolutely do not want to fight the bounty hunter commanders in this small room. So what we're going to do is we're going to force push this first one, and that's going to aggro both of them to then come into this corridor towards us. And what we need to do is we need to move all the way away from them until they drop out of combat with us. So once they get this far down the hallway, they're going to be like, oh, I don't know what to do. And once that happens, I want to find the one that's furthest away and force pull it. And then once we get it to the end of the bridge here, the ledge, whatever, we're just going to throw them off the side of the ledge and kill them, and then move on. That is the best way to deal with them. You do miss out on the scan, but you know, fighting them straight up just to get the scan is definitely not worth it, in my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, so we have arrived back at Dathomir, and now we've got a lot more tools in our toolbox, so to speak, to properly deal with Dathomir. I can't remember if I said it earlier, but Dathomir is the most buggy section of this game, 100%. That is a fact. What we did there, doing the double jump up to the ledge, the reason for that is so that the Nidak doesn't spawn in case anyone was curious why the hell I was spending so much time trying to do that. It's just so the Nidak doesn't spawn in. But anyways, Dathomir is notoriously buggy. So much so that when we get to the village on Dathomir, basically it is impossible to do that section without it bugging. Basically, no matter how you approach it, it will bug on you. And we've learned in the community exactly how those bugs work and well, we don't know what causes them necessarily. But we know, like, if you do A, then B will happen to the enemies. And if you do B, then something completely different will happen with the enemies. So we know that, and we've used that to turn it into a strategy. So as we go through much of this, it's going to be fairly the same as the first time we came here, except now I've got Grasping Pull, which makes it all a lot faster and safer. So you'll see basically the same strategies, at least for this next group of enemies, except I'm going to use Grasping Pull to kill all of them. Oh, I remember this. So fun story about that. Most of this run, this runs a little bit under 5 hours. I would say at least 3 hours and 45 minutes of this run, I had my 4-year-old daughter on my lap. So I remember that section. She asked me something and I was just running and I wasn't looking at the screen. And I turned right and I had ran right past where I was supposed to go. And then I was confused. I was like, hold on a second. What is this? Where's the opening? But yeah. Little fun fact that you guys would never know if I didn't tell you. But we did most of this no damage run. With my daughter sitting on my lap, talking my ear off. So for a lot of this section, guys, what I'm doing, I did this a little bit different in the guides that I made for the 100% no damage run. But for the most part, if you really want to understand how to get through this, please do look at that guide. It goes into great detail about this section specifically because there's a lot of moving parts here. And it's fairly easy to mess it up and take a hit. So if you are curious about any of this stuff, definitely check that out. Alright, so we're going to edge down into the pit here. That'll spawn the Nidak in, and what we're going to do is just dodge roll the first attack. We're going to run back into this area, and we're going to force pull this box, and then jump on top of it when the Nidak is close. What we're going to be able to do now, well, I need to execute my check. So my check is we're going to target him up. I'm going to dodge roll backwards. As long as I stay on the box, then what we can do here is just fight the Nidak from the top of the box. And we never actually have to engage him in, like, stand-up combat. We just get to cheese him and kill him from up here, which is pretty cool. And I don't feel bad for it because I already proved we can kill a Nidak, right? So the very first time we came to Dathomir. But I like that strat just because, one, it's safe. We're a little bit more than halfway through the run. And... you know, it adds a bit of safety to it, and I think it's fun. It's a strategy that I came up with a long time ago, and I don't know. I'm proud of it. It's fun. So for this next section coming up, we call it the bridge run in the community. The way that I do this here, again, check the guide for this section if you want to know the details of how to get through this. But I do want to say something that I don't do here, but that you can do, and you can do it for the whole game, is you can basically make yourself immortal to any type of a projectile that comes at you. So like these shots, regular shots, blaster fire from stormtroopers, whatever. By alternating between your single-bladed lightsaber and your double-bladed lightsaber. So basically going from double blade to single, double blade single, double blade single, going back and forth, back and forth. For whatever reason, in Fallen Order, swapping between your sabers gives you iframes. Iframes meaning invincibility frames, which means you cannot take damage, you're immortal. So for whatever reason, doing that, that swapping, that constant swapping, gives you invincibility from projectiles. So if you're so inclined, you can do that bridge run back there by simply just walking forward and swapping. We'll just say stances, right? But just swapping nonstop. So earlier I picked up the lightsaber throw and its upgrade, and the reason for that is this. You actually cannot execute this strategy if you don't have the upgraded lightsaber throw, because the upgraded saber throw goes further, a further distance than the base one, and you need that further distance to take care of that Nidak from up there. So. And really, that's one of two spots that we're ever going to use saber throw. So I get saber throw specifically for that Nidak, and then also for a tunnel in on Ilum right after you repair your lightsaber. And that's pretty much it. We'll never use lightsaber throw other than those two spots. So, fun fact: we invest 5 skill points for 2 small little sections, but it reduces the risk dramatically in both sections, so it's well worth it. Alright, so as we move up to the top here, something that I want to point out is you're going to see that I'm going to start shuffling in a second. And what I'm doing here, there's a little black spot a bit above me. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get Cal to move to that spot before I jump. Because getting to that spot and then jumping up will allow me to be on this ledge as this scene plays out. The reason that's so important is because you lose all control of Cal as Gorgara comes in to steal that Night Brother away. And if you're not on top of that area, you run the risk of being damaged as the enemies react to you as you come up and start to move. So basically by doing that technique, you get like ahead of the enemies being able to attack you so that you can run and outrange them. Alright guys, so for the Gorgara boss fight, Jesus, English is hard. This is another strategy that I created that I'm very proud of. Basically figured out how to defeat this boss in 15 hits. It is consistent, 100% works every single time, as long as you have the required abilities to do it. All of those abilities we've already acquired, obviously. And if you want a full explanation on how to pull this off, please do look at that guide on my channel. But otherwise, this boss fight is probably the easiest boss fight in the game. Maybe the ATST is a bit easier, but you know, being able to defeat this boss in 15 hits every single time makes it very, very simple. So, enjoy. Alright, so we're absolutely 100% going to rest at this meditation point. And the reason for that is not to save the game, not to regenerate force, but to make sure that a bug doesn't happen after this section, where basically after we defeat Gorgara, there is the potential, if you don't rest there, for a bug to occur where there will be a whole bunch of Night Sister zombies waiting for you as soon as you stand up from the cinematic. And as you're standing up from that cinematic, you do not have control of Cal, but they can still attack you. It's somewhat rare. I'd say 1 in every 4 times you do it, that will happen if you don't rest. But it basically has the potential to kill you without you being able to do anything about it. So it's very, very important that you rest there so that you don't have that potential scenario play out. However, if you do want to see what that looks like, please check out my no skills, no upgrades, no damage run. that is on the channel, because that did happen during that run. And luckily, they didn't attack me before I was able to start moving. And I was able to deal with that. But definitely check that out if you're curious. Alright, so earlier I told you guys there was a section on Dathomir that no matter what you did, it was going to bug. And that we had figured out a way to make that work for us instead of against us. So this is it. This is the Night Brother Village. And basically, what we have to do, and if you want a full explanation, definitely go check out the guide for this section. But basically, the way you enter this area will change the way the enemies react to you. So what I mean by enter the area, so for example, those enemies right there didn't even see me, right? They were completely oblivious that I existed. But what I mean by entering the area is after you rest at the meditation point. So what I did was I walked off the ledge, so hold forward and just right off the ledge and execute the guy on the ground. So if you do that, you get one scenario. If you jump off that ledge and execute that guy, you get a completely different scenario. And if you fall off the ledge and don't execute the guy and land on the ground and then fight him, you get another completely different scenario. So there's multiple scenarios that can take place in the way these enemies respond to you, the way they see you, the way they engage you, based off of how you leave the area where the meditation point is. Dathomir is very, very, very buggy. I cannot stress that enough. And this is an area where we were able to make use of that, at least in some way, to make the run a little bit easier. So as you saw, those first two enemies are completely oblivious because of the way we enter the area. And then the very last enemy here behaves in the same manner, where he doesn't see you, he ignores you, you don't exist, and we're able just to walk right up to him and do whatever we want. Alright, so as this cutscene finishes up, what we're going to do is we're going to immediately turn around when we have control of Cal, and we're going to run backwards towards where the last rest point was, where the last meditation point was. The reason for that is we want to go ahead and take out these Night Sister zombies without necessarily having them run behind me, because not necessarily that they're dangerous, they're not, they're very easy, we could just run right by them. But I want to make sure that I can properly control the directed fire of the Night Brother Archer that's off to the left on the outside of this temple. So what we're gonna do once we kill this guy, we're gonna head back out and we're just gonna run. Because the Night Brother Archer fires a projectile, it'll always be behind my position as long as I'm moving forward. So it will always miss me. I'm never in danger of getting shot here. But what we want to do is we want to stop just shy of the edge here, and I want to kill these zombies so that basically as I go to jump down, I only have one to run past, and we can run past that guy and not have to worry about the archer hitting me in the back. Now what's happening there where he just shot at me, I went through all that exposition to now tell you that that should not happen. That is a very, very rare chance where he will continue to fire at you when you're that far away from him. He shouldn't be able to do that, but he did. So we almost took a hit there, which would have ruined the run and yada yada yada, so that sucks. But anyways, we're going to come out here, we'll stay along the wall, we'll force push this guy down, and then what we're going to do is wait for the Nidak we're going to jump down, engage the Nidak, pull back, go back up to the top, and then wait for the Nidak to drop combat, and then we'll throw him over the ledge and then keep going forward. Alright, so I told you guys earlier that there was only going to be 2 areas where we would use the lightsaber throw. And that there was one on Ilum. So this is the area where we're going to use it. So what we need to do is we need to finish taking these guys out. And if I remember correctly, I have to reset this because I messed it up. Yeah, I don't have any force here. So I'm going to end up resetting this because I need at least 1 force ability so that I can use lightsaber throw. But essentially what we're going to do, once we'll go reset it and then we'll do all this again. But what we would do is we would run back here and pull these guys out of combat. And once they drop out of combat, generally there will only be 1 guy that is left in combat. And so what we'll do is we'll target that guy up, throw lightsaber at him, kill him and most of his buddies, and then we can just keep throwing lightsabers until they're all dead. So I tried it out here. You can see the glowing stick on the left of the guy who's still in combat. So I realized, yeah, he's in combat. I go in to try. Maybe I can get close enough, but right there we got pulled into combat. And I was like, yeah, I've got to reset this. So we're going to rest, reset all of the enemies, and then we're going to go again. And what you'll see is what I just spoke to. So we'll get all those guys pulled back, and then we'll throw Saber and kill them all. So this room has a crap ton of KX droids in it, and what we're going to do is we're basically going to pull these guys out and kill them one at a time. Now if you want the detailed breakdown of how this works, definitely check out the guide for this section where I go into in-depth detail on all the inner workings of this room. But if you do it properly, you will only have to fight these 2. You will not have to fight every KX droid that is in this area. All right, so for this section, I'm going to climb up and do a very specific setup. To this point, we're going to climb up on the ledge, hit target. We'll always target the Purge Trooper. We're going to push him off. And then I'm going to grasping pull 1, 2, and 3 troopers. And now we're going to use Precision Evade. And what Precision Evade is going to do, if you look at the bottom, is it's going to give me my force back for every single Precision Evade that I execute. As I remember this. The reason I'm rolling back here is because my mouse button was getting stuck. So in Fallen Order, you have to hit once to dodge short and then twice to dodge roll. And for whatever reason, it was sticking, which was really odd. But anyways, we're going to build all that force back so that we can come over here, do exactly what I just did there, doing all the force pushes, and then we get the perfect push on that rocket to kill that guy. It makes this section very, very simple. But what I wanted to speak to on the Precision Evade is that it looks scary, but Precision Evade, the timing for Precision Evade is the exact same timing that you would use to perfect parry. So throughout this whole run, you know, I've had several times where somebody attacks me, I hit the block button just at the right time, it perfect parries them, we execute and kill them. Precision Evade is the exact same timing. So if you can, you know, no matter what difficulty you're playing on, if you can execute a perfect parry and you know that timing, you can execute a Precision Evade and you will be successful. Very, very useful for a lot of strategies. The only thing that I'm going to use it for in this run is for force regeneration, and that's it. Alright, so as we make our way down towards the bottom here, you'll see that there's a bunch of shadow and then there's some light. So we're going to stop right where both of those meet, so right here. And for whatever reason, doing this makes the ATST immobile. I don't remember how I came across this, but this was kind of a game changer once I discovered this. I think most of the community uses this now for this section, but yeah, for whatever reason, if you stop where, you know, the term I've coined is where the darkness meets the light. And if you stop there, the ATST just doesn't move. He just sits there forever and does nothing. And consequently, the second ATST that would also be fighting you in this area also will not move until you engage it. So that's what you'll see right after we get done fighting this one. We'll route around behind the second ATST. I'll walk up and I'll force push it to activate it. And then we'll do more of the same that you're seeing here. All right, so now that that's taken care of, we have one last thing to do here on Ilum before we leave. We're going to head over to the right here, and this is 2 of 3 for Force Essences that I need to get my final upgrade. So I mentioned much earlier that we had a couple more to get when we were on Kashyyyk the second time. This is number 2 of 3, and then 3 of 3 will be on Bogano. Whenever we make our way back there after we, wrap up what we need to do on Dathomir. So up ahead of me here, we have 2 bounty hunters. I'm not going to go into great detail of how to pull this off, but if you do want the in-depth explanation of how to do this, definitely check out the guide for this this part of the 100% no damage run, where I go into detail of how to pull this off. You have to actually do this in a very specific way. Otherwise, you're going to pull yourself onto this bridge and back yourself in a corner and then probably die to both of these bounty hunters. So if you want the explanation, check it out. If not, then just enjoy the strategy, because it's pretty hilarious. Alright, so Malicos, guys, this is my favorite boss fight in the entire game. And the reason that I like this boss fight over every other boss fight is because Malicos is the only boss fight in the game where perfect parries are more useful than dodging. For most of this game, it's not very Sekiro-like, where you want to perfect parry everything. In fact, you want to dodge roll pretty much everything. You've probably noticed that with most of these boss fights. However, Malicos is not like that. So it's very rewarding to just stand there, and every time he attacks, you just deny him. I get a lot of enjoyment and satisfaction out of that. So if you want the full breakdown of how to execute this no damage in the way that I do, definitely check out the guide. It's less than 8 minutes if I remember correctly. And I break down every single attack, how to deal with every single attack, and then how to basically go through this on a scripted cadence so that everything happens the same way every time, minus some variability in the attacks that he does to you, but the general flow of the fight will always be the same. So if you're interested in that, check it out. Otherwise, enjoy the fight. All right, guys, so we're going to take a small detour here. This is to go get our final Force Essence that I mentioned to you earlier. So we're going to take this detour to go grab that, and it'll basically put us right back where I jumped down back up there. And then we'll head towards the vault to progress through the story. So this will be the last Force Essence we're going to get. This will get us 3 of the 4 Force upgrades that you're capable of getting in the game. And we'll be all set up for the last little bit of the any percent no damage room. Alright, so for our third second sister encounter, this one's very simple. I do have a guide written on exactly how to do all this, but the TLDR of it all is she only can do 2 different attacks to you right here at the beginning. So if you know how to dodge those, right after you dodge it, you hit her twice, force push, hit her twice, force push, hit her twice, force push, hit her twice, and you're done. Very, very simple fight. The only risk is what abilities is she going to use when the fight starts. She's only going to be able to do one of 2 things. And as long as you know how to deal with both of those, then you just wait for her to do it. And then once you hit her that first time, you just stun lock her all the way down until she's defeated. Very good strat, very, very simple to pull off. But yeah, if you do want all of the details for that, check out the guide. Alright, so we're heading to the fortress. We're going to go ahead and use the terrarium skip. I think I messed it up here, actually, but anyways, we're going to use the terrarium skip. When we do go to sit in our seat to land in the fortress, I'm going to exit to the main menu, load back in for the same reason we've been doing on all the other times. It's just to skip all the dialogue. We'll end up right in the water and we can just go forward. For the rest of the run, guys, I don't have any commentary to provide beyond what is already in the guides that I already have in the Teach Me How series on my channel. So for the rest of this run, if you are interested in any section of it, if you're interested in any part of it, how do you do that? What are the ins and outs? Please go check out those guides for both the fortress itself and the final second sister encounter. But otherwise, that's where I'll leave that. I'll chime back in right at the end of the run for some wrap-up stuff. But sit back and enjoy, because this section is a lot of fun to go through. This is the most technically precise section that we do in the entire game, and takes a lot of practice and a lot of skill to get through without taking damage, for sure. So enjoy. So as soon as I interact with this door, that's the run completed without taking any damage on the hardest difficulty. So if you've stuck with me to this point, I want to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. This is a really fun challenge run to complete, and I hope it was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, please consider subscribing, and don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. Thank you again for hanging out with me for this challenge run, and I hope to see you on the next one.